Hello guys, welcome back to our channel. It's me Anil. We are back in the series of online e-commerce website using ASP.NET Web Forms. So in the previous video, that is the part 1, in that we have seen 3 subparts. In the first subpart, that is database design, and the second one, that is user and admin template integration, and the third one is CRUD operation of category. So now in today's video, that is part number 2, we are going to see the CRUD operation for subcategories, and we're going to try to complete the CRUD operation for product as well in this video. If I am not able to complete the CRUD operation for product in the admin for this video, we're going to continue in the next video. Okay, so guys, let's get started. So let's see what we're going to see in this video. So in admin section, so we have done the categories, right? And now we're going to work on subcategories. So it's a similar one to the CRUD operation. Just need to change here, instead of the file upload control, we need to take a drop down control which will going to populate the categories name, the active categories. Okay, and here in the list part we are going to display the subcategories, and instead of image we are going to display the category names. Okay, it will remain the same, only one part is need to change here and here for this file upload. And see here in subcategories, it's similar to the category. Okay, just need to add this one and the here the category part. Okay, the rest of the part is same. So let's get started here. Let's close this. Let's open this project. Okay, so first we're going to create a new page, new web form page in admin. Web form with master page. Let's change the name. Subcategory, add, need to select the template, the master one, master page, need to select the master page, that is the admin folder. Okay, so now let's open the category page, the first design page. So let's copy this, the whole, not the first line, exclude the first line. Okay, so let's copy it and paste it in this one. Select these two and paste. Okay, so we don't need this one, the function for image preview, because we are not using here any image for these subcategories. So let's remove this one. Instead of category title, we can give subcategory. Subcategory name here as well. Control, text control. Subcategory name as well as here here, here. So we don't need this one. Instead of that, here it's a category drop down. Don't need this. Let's remove and take here ASP.NET drop down, ASP drop down list. Let's give the ID DDL category. Run it server. Append data bound items is equal to true. And the bootstrap class, that is the form control. And in that, let's give the initial list, that is the ASP list item. In that we are going to display the select category. And let's give here the value for this item. At initial it's let's give the 0, because we need to just display this text. It's not any specific category. Okay, even user won't able to select this and submit the form. Okay, so it will going to prevent it if it is not selected. If it is selected this part, that means the category is not selected by the user or admin. Okay, so it will going to prevent from submitting the form if it is selected. Okay, so let's give the validation as well. Let's copy this one. Required field validator category. Need to control to validate this control, and category is required. Okay, so with that we need additional one initial catalog, initial value 0. Okay, so here let's change the ID for this hidden field. Subcategory ID. It will be the same. We don't need this image preview. Let's remove this one. Subcategory list. Subcategory as well as here. Instead of category we want instead of name we want category, and here we want the subcategory instead of name. Subcategory name, we don't want this one. So let's copy this and replace it with here. Category name, the first one that is the subcategory, okay, and the second one category, and third it will want to remain same, third and fourth. You need to change here the ID. Subcategory ID. Okay, so now let's go to the code behind for this web form page. Okay, so here let's copy code from the the category code behind page. Let's copy all. Okay, so select this as well and paste it. Okay, so here manage subcategory. Subcategory. Let's take here in this page load if condition for post pack, not is post pack, not is post pack. Let's move this function to this inside this if condition. So we want get categories. Okay, it will want to remain same. That is for drop down. So we need to change here, instead of that the table listing, we need to display it in drop down. Okay, so let's check the drop down ID. DDL category. Let's copy, paste. So in drop down we need additional properties, that is the binding of that value data to drop down. We need to let them know about the text value as well as the value one. Okay, the text and the value one, we need to let them know which column data going to bind. Okay, so for that dot data text field. So the column name will be category name, and the value field category ID. Okay, so need to change here the store procedure name as well. We don't have that store procedure, so we'll go into okay, so we have the this function get all in this store procedure, so it will remain the same. Okay, so because we have used this one in that our category listing page, right? So we can use that one. Okay, so here we need to create another function for displaying the listing of this one subcategories. Okay, so let's copy this one, copy this function, and get subcategories. So here the store procedure we're going to create with the name Sub-Category CRUD. Action will remain same. So here we don't want this one because this we are using for drop down, so that's no use of here. We need to display in repeater control that we are using for listing part. You can see this one repeater, this is the ID. Let's replace here. Okay, now when we click on button for adding or updating that code here, like we need to change, we are getting the ID for the from the hidden field of subcategory. We need to change the ID, control ID, that is the subcategory hidden field subcategory ID. Okay, so you need to change here the store procedure name as well, and here let's change the subcategory. Okay, so action based on the subcategory ID, it will decide whether it will be insert or update. So the next one property, that is the category name, subcategory ID and name. Okay, subcategory ID, and that is again the same, and subcategory name, and we need to pass the category ID as well, because we need to display this subcategory is placed under which category. So let's duplicate this line, Control D, and move it to down here, and the property name here category ID, and the category we are going to getting from the drop down, right? So ddl category dot selected value, but it's an integer. We need to pass. Okay, it will going to be a string. You can see here the type is string, so we need to convert this value into integer. Convert dot to int 32. Okay, so we don't want this part, let's remove this one. If else, no need. Okay, let's move this line. Let's remove this one. To try and catch this 3 block of code. Remove this, paste it here. So subcategory ID, subcategory it's created, successful or updated, right? And we need to bind here this subcategories function, not the category function. Get subcategories. Okay, so the add and update part is done. Need to call that this function over here. Let's duplicate this, change to subcategories. Okay, so here we need to check for the admin login. No, I don't. Okay, we'll do it later because we didn't implemented that the admin login part as well in this category. So we are not checking that part here. So once the admin section is completed, we're going to cover that login page. At that time, we're going to update this one. So without the user or admin login, this page won't be accessible. Okay. So let's move further. Clear button. Okay, in clear. Okay, let's clear the controls that we are using here. TXT subcategory, checkbox like same name, and the hidden field, let's change. And instead of this, we need drop down DDL category. Clear selection. It's a method, inbuilt method for the drop down. It will going to clear the selected item of a drop down. Okay. Okay, so the clear method is done. Okay. Okay, so in above we have done for this one and update. And when we click on the edit button, so at that time the it will going to fill the form with the the selected subcategories data, right, in the form it's going to fill. So for that, this part we need to change. Okay, here also we need to change. Okay, this button we didn't change the ID, so it will going to remain same. But here for this one we need to change, add sub. Okay, let's change the store procedure name. Subcategory ID. Subcategory name, and here the column name is subcategory name. We don't need this one, so let's remove this 3 line of code. Instead of that, we need drop down data to be get binded. Selected value, category ID, dot to string. Okay, so here I made a mistake. Okay, save it. And for hidden field, need to change hidden field subcategory ID. So this part also is now completed. And for delete, let's change subcategory. Okay, the code wise we have completed. We have made the changes. we need to create now the stored procedure for this one, and getting here one error. Let's check what is it. Okay, don't need here dot. Okay, let's cross check again from the top. When the page gets loaded, the page load method, it will going to update the session value for the title and page, breadcrumb page data. Okay, and it will going to load the categories and subcategories function. In categories, it will going to populate the drop down data, and here okay, we have the same. Okay, it will, yeah, it's correct. And let's check for the subcategories. It will going to populate the data in the listing, in the repeater control for displaying the listing of subcategories. Okay, so in this event, add update button click event, we don't need this part. Okay, so let's remove this one. As well as don't need this. Okay, okay, so the code wise we have completed. Now let's move to the database for creating the stored procedure. Let's open this stored procedure, and we're going to modify this one. Let's make it subcategory CRUD, and let's remove the above part, don't need. And here instead of alter, we need to create. Alter, that means we are going to update, but we are creating a new stored procedure with this name. Okay, so action will going to remain same here. Let's make a copy for this category ID because we need this one. Let's duplicate this. Okay, we are not able to duplicate in SQL, so let's copy and paste here. So here we need subcategory ID and subcategory name. We don't need this one, the image URL. Let's remove. Category is active. Okay, so here in get all, let's update the comment part from everywhere. Okay, so let's start with get all. So this time we are using the subcategory, and we have created a tables, right, for that subcategory. Yeah, so but this time we don't want data only for subcategories. If you see in this, the columns we have, can see ID, name, and the ID of category, but we want to display the name also for category in our listing repeater control, right? So for fetching the name from, we need to join the table of category from this subcategory table. So after joining the data based on category ID, it will going to fetch the category name with this category ID. If whatever the ID match with this ID in category table, it will going to fetch the name and going to give us. Okay, so let's modify this query. Let's give the alias for this table, alias name for this table, that is subcategory S. Okay, so let's join, inner join, or you can it's an optional, you can remove this inner from the join. It will going to take default one, inner join. Okay, it's the same thing. So okay, so I will be there. Now let's join this with category table. Let's give the LSC for category, on for which ID, based on which ID we are going to map this, join this table. So based on the category ID from this subcategory table, it's going to be equal to category ID of category table. So by this way, it will going to take data of all the columns of subcategories and all the columns of category whenever the category ID from the both table get matched. Okay, so what we want, we don't want all the columns from the subcategory table, so we need to specify the column name which we want. So from which table we want, we need to use the alias of that table and then the column names. Okay, so from the subcategory we want to access, then s dot the column name, that is subcategory ID, comma subcategory name, and then we want the category name from category table. We want the category ID as well. So let's take here ID from subcategory table, or you can take from category table. Each active column we need, and when it is created. Okay, so let's modify this one. We want to get the subcategories by the ID. Okay, so when we want to display the data which we want to update, so the data going to fill the form for the updating, for the update part, right, for the update purpose, right. So for we need the category name here. Okay, so for that let's copy this one. The query is it will be same. Let's copy. We only need to add the where condition, this one. So let's replace this, and here we need to specify the subcategory ID, that is from s dot subcategory ID, and here instead of category ID, subcategory ID. Okay, okay, so we have done this one. Let's move to insert. Subcategory, here category ID. Okay, so let's change here the value which we're going to insert, subcategory name, okay. So the insert part is done. Now let's move to update. This time we don't have the image part, so we're not going to use this one. Let's remove this part. Okay, so let's update the query. Okay, it's category ID. Okay, so we have done. Okay, here so we need to change this subcategory. Okay, let's move to delete. Where subcategory ID. Okay, let's change name here. Subcategory by ID. Okay, okay, let's copy this one by ID. Let's copy this one. We're going to use Ctrl Z. Okay, so here for this active category, okay, active by ID. Let's give this here active by ID from subcategory table. Let's give the ls name SS. Let's add here the distinct. Suppose there is two similar subcategory name, so in that case it should consider the distinct one, the unique one. So in SQL we have a distinct keyword for considering the unique. Okay, unique data for that row. Okay, here we need to create a new method, action method for. Let's copy this one, paste, get subcategory by subcategory ID. Okay, so this is the active subcategory, and like this one we want to fetch the subcategory by its ID. Okay, so here we don't need this. Let's change this one. Subcategory by ID, and we are going to use this one for displaying in the user module. Okay, so in that particular category how much subcategories is there, so for that purpose we are going to use that. Okay, so category ID is equals to subcategory ID. Okay, so we are going to use all the above action, but this action will going to use in the user module, not in admin module. Okay, so let's create this store procedure. Execute. Okay, so it's created. Let's update, refresh this one. You can see the store procedure is now created. Okay, so we are good to go to run this. Okay, let's run this and check whether it's working or not. Okay, so the page is now created. Subcategory. Okay, the category is getting populated here. In category you can see active and inactive. Okay, so we are displaying both the categories, which is active and which is inactive as well in here. Okay, let's change this one, the menu. Let's go to admin master page. Categories. Let's change the page name, subcategory .xps. And let's change this one, the class. Let's remove this data further from this. fa.tags. Here also need to add subcategory. Let's remove this one, save it. Let's align the code. Okay, save it and refresh. Now you can see subcategory page. Okay, so here we are displaying both the categories, which is active and inactive. Because why we need this, when admin wants to add one subcategory, but the category is inactive, for in case that time, like but admin won't want user or users should see before, until unless the admin decides. So at that time, in for the inactive categories also, admin can add subcategories to it. Okay, if you want, you can change to for fetching only the active categories, not the inactive, but in my case I am considering here both. Okay, so right now there is no data, so it's an empty. Let's add one subcategory. Let's test it. ABC inside the jeans, active, add. Can see here message display successfully. It can added here. You can expand. Okay, so category name, subcategory name, for which category we have added, that is the first one, the jeans one. Okay, and it's active. So let's update it, make it inactive, and let's change the category also, update. So you can see the category has been changed and the status also, it's inactive. Okay, so it's working. Let's delete this one and see. Okay, after deleting, it's not getting removed, but I think it's deleted. Let's refresh the page and see. Yeah, it's deleted. We need to call this function for this listing function while after deleting the subcategory. Okay, so in subcategory space, where we have done the deleting part, over here after deleting, yeah, we didn't change, we have called here the categories. It should be a get subcategories. Okay, let's restart. Let's add men's jeans. We have separate jeans for men's as well as for women. So we can have multiple subcategories inside a category. For a category we can have multiple subcategories. Okay, let's change to women's jeans. Okay, in t-shirt we can consider the same for the women's and the men's. Let's make it inactive. Okay, so this page is working, right? So let's move to the next one, that is the product. So for product, we're going to first add a form for adding the product. Okay, adding and updating we'll do, and then we'll go into go to the next page for the listing of the product. Okay, so in this single form in product we can add and update. Okay, so I think we are going to complete this part, add and update, and the listing, if it is not possible in this video, we're going to cover in the next continue in the next video. Okay, so go back to the Visual Studio. Now we'll start the product part. So for that, let's create a new page inside the admin folder. Add new item, web form with master page. Let's change the name, product, add. Now need to select the admin template. Okay, so first we'll see the design part of the page, then we'll move to the code behind page of this product. Okay, so we'll copy code from the category. So let's first copy this one. Paste it here. Let's take div tag. And give the class to the div. Now inside this div, let's copy the code from this one. We are taking the first half part code of the page from the category, that is the form page of category, where we used to add the categories details, right? So that part we are just copying from there and pasting it here, because the product listing design part will be in different page. So in this page for the product, we'll only have the form design of the product, where we used to where we will use to add product details or update it. Okay, new space. Okay, let's change this one. Instead of 4 MD4, let's make it MD12. Here let's change product. Then so we need to take this label inside this row class. After this, call MD12. Paste it here. So instead of category name, we need to add product name. Let's change the control ID as well. Change the ID of the required field validator, then the error message for that, as well as the control to validate ID also we need to change. Okay, so our first control is now ready. Okay, so here instead of this 12, like we need to add more controls in a row. If you see here in the product design, like product adding details form, you can see in a single row, in the first row we have 3 controls: the product name, category drop down, then subcategory drop down. Okay, so we need to take 3 controls in a first row, then in second row we need to take another 3 controls, and in the next 2 controls, and then 1 controls in each. Okay, so like that way we need to take. So for that we need to change here, instead of 12, let's make it 6. As you see here, the first half is of 6 and the second half is another remaining 6. Okay, so in the another half 6 we will divide 3 for each. Okay, so the first control is now let's copy this and paste it. Let's give here category. It will be a drop down, not the text box. So let's change this. Drop down list. Let's change the ID. DDL category. Here we don't need placeholder, so instead of that we can use here appended at about items is equals to true, because we're going to add like items to this control dynamically from the code behind, so that's why we're making it to true. And when we like change or select the any items within this drop down for category, it should be auto post. So for that auto post back we need to set it true. Okay, so for now this will be enough. And then for the required field validator, let's change the ID. Required field validator, category, and here let's change to DDL category, and error message is category is required. As it's a drop down validation, so we need to consider another attribute here or property, initial value. We need to set it 0, and we need to add the drop down first item ASP item list, which will have the value as 0. That's why we give the validation here 0 initial amount, so it will consider this one. So this field will going to ignore if it is selected. If it is it will going to consider this one. If it is like if it is 0, then it will not going to validate, means it will validate as a not selected any drop down for the category if it is 0. If it is other than 0 items, then it will going to like good to go. Okay, so if it is selected 0, then it will give the validation error. Okay, so let's give the first item as select category, and as I said, we will going to divide the second half into 2 parts, like 3 each. Okay, so let's give this one as 3, and let's copy this one and paste, because the next control also is the drop down, which will going to depend on category. Let's copy this, paste it here, and it will be a drop down of subcategory. Let's copy. So for this one we don't want this auto post back, remove this one, and we don't need here the item list as well, remove that. And for this one, let's change require field validator subcategory. Change this one also. No, this just remove it and change the error message. Okay, so we are done. Okay, if you want to see the design how it looks, so let's comment this part first. Okay, let's comment this part as well as this one. Okay, now let's run and see. Okay, so as you see, we have this one like control, text control and 2 drop downs. Okay, so let's add other controls as well. Now we have to take another row, because in the first row we have 3 controls and we have taken. Now we need now move to the next row. Let's give the class first as row. So in second row, this will be the text box. So and then 2 list box will be there. So let's copy the code of text box from here. Let's give this here price. txt price. Enter product price, placeholder, and then rename the required field validator. txt price. Product price is required. Okay, since it is a price control, like it will be the control will be fetching or having the price value, so we need to validate the price as well. Like it will be say it should be in integer like that. So we need to add another validation control, that is regular expression control. Let's add it. Not this one. Regular expression validator. Let's give the ID first. Regular expression validator price. Then run at server. Then for which control we need to validate, that control ID, txt price. Then the validation part, like this one, validation expression, for which like what expression we need to take for this validation control. Okay, so I have added this expression. So this will be validating like when the user admin enters the price, it should be in digit, and should after the dot or period, like where the digit should be in two line, like two zeros and like after the point in decimal. So that the case we are handling here. Okay, so after that we need to give the error message. Product price is invalid. Then for color, it should be in red. Display dynamic. Set focus on error is true. Font size smaller. Okay, so this price control is now completed. Now let's move to the next control. But here we need to set S4 column D4. So let's copy this one and paste it here next to this price. This will be a color, and we don't want here validation, because this will be an optional control. So instead of drop down list, we need to take item list, list box, sorry, not the item list box we need to take. Let's change the ID. List box color, don't need this one, remove it. Here the selection will be multiple because it's a list box, so we can select multiple items at a time, not the case like in drop down where we can select only one items. Okay, so here we can select multiple, so we need to set that as multiple. And other than that, tooltip is also there, so we can use that. So like for selecting multiple items from the list box, we need to use the control key and then select for which items we need to select. So for that, like user will not be aware of that, so we in the tooltip will going to give the short message for how to use that. Okay, use control key to select multiple items. Okay, so now let's add items to it. Value, the first one is 1, and then the text blue. Let's duplicate it, Control D. Let's change the name from blue to red. Change ID, Control D. Okay, so I have added all the colors: blue, red, pink, purple, brown, gray, green, yellow, white, black. Okay, so now let's copy this code and we're going to use for the next control, that is for size. Let's change it. List box size. Let's change the items. Okay, so I have changed the items for the size, like XS, that is the extra small, SM small, M medium, L large, XL extra large, double extra large, double XL. Okay, so now in the next row we need to take two controls. Let's add class row. So let's copy it, the controls, like we are going to use the in that text box control. So let's copy this one, paste it here. Let's remove this and change it to quantity. Let's change control ID. Product quantity. Okay, and it's a like integer, having the controls integer value. So let's give here another property, text mode to number. Let's copy this again. Paste it. Now here we need to add the company name, for which company's product we are adding. So that company name we need to here mention. Save it. Let's copy and replace here control to validate. Enter product company name, products, company name. We don't need this, remove this one. Okay, to our field validator. Company name, and your company name is required. Okay. Okay, so we'll move to the next row. Take class row. So we have done this one. Now here we need to take this one. Okay. Let's copy this, paste it. Instead of column D6, we need to take 12 because we need only one controls in this row. Short description. Copied. Like give here the error message. Short description is required. Now let's change the ID. TXT. Short description. Let's copy and paste it. Okay, so we now we can copy this whole row div and paste it for another row control, like for this one long description and then for additional description. Okay, so we have missed here one property for the text box, like it will be a multi-line text box. That is the text mode. Multi-line. Need to copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now let's replace this one, long description. Okay, so let's copy this and replace here. Here. Change the ID. As well as here. Okay, so we forgot to change the ID. This one, required field validator. And change this ID as well, required field validator. Okay, let's move to the next row. Copy this, paste. Let's change this one, additional description. require field validator, additional description. Okay, so everything is okay. Let's refresh the browser. Now you can see colors which we have added, and you can see here the tooltip message, use control key to select multiple items. Same way for this as well. So let's try selecting multiples. Press control and then select which item you need to select. Okay, so like this way you can select multiple items. Same way here, if we select only if we select without control, then it will override the last one. So just select control and then select which item you need to make it selected. Okay, so after this we need to take here this one, and then images, and then this one, radio button list, and then checkbox. Okay, let's copy this, paste, tags, search keyword, tst, tags. Here we don't need this one, let's remove. Enter tags, require field validator, tags, control to validate ID, let's change it, and then validation error message, tags is required, or you can say product tag is required. Not duplicate. Okay, then the next row we need to add file upload controls. In each row we need to add 2 file upload controls, and we need to follow the same twice, like for second row also. Okay, let's take here one div with class as row, let's copy this one, instead of 12 we need to divide into 2 parts, that is 6. Let's change name, product image 1, we'll use file upload control. Let's copy this one, a few file upload, and it's for first image, so let's give the first image. And let's give here like tooltip for which image we need to upload, that is .jpg, comma .png, comma .jpeg, image only. On change, we'll call this image preview function, but we don't have right now. We need to copy from the category. Okay, let's copy this whole part because we need this one disappearing label message after 5 seconds. So let's copy this board script and paste it top in the first content. Okay, let's remove this control validation, don't need. Copy this one, product image 2, let's give it second image. So let's copy this whole div tag, let's remove this space and then copy, paste it, image 3, image 4, and a few third image, a few fourth image. Now in next row, let's copy this one, instead of 12 let's take 6 because we need 2 controls in this row. Let's change the label, default image, and here instead of text box we need to take here radio button list. Enter. Let's change the ID, radio button list, default image. Copy this and paste it here. Copy this, change the error message. We don't need placeholder in this control. Instead of that we can use your repeat direction. So in which direction that radio button should display, like in horizontal or vertical. So we want it in horizontal. As you see here, it's in horizontal manner. Okay, so now we need to add a few radio button item list. Value 1 first, and in this case, like I need to give some space. As you see here, in the space after the radio button, and after text also there is a space. Okay, so we need to give the space after the button as well as after the text. Okay, so here for giving the space in HTML, like we used to use ampersand NBSP semicolon space. It's copied, paste. Okay, so like this way we're going to add. Let's save it and refresh our page. Okay, the ID is not getting matched, so let's change the ID of the first control. Actually we need to change the code that because that code should be like required for all the 4 image controls. So for now, like I'm changing it to the first image and the error message should be gone. Save it, refresh it. Okay, so it's gone, and you can see here the control is like here. And if you notice here, there is no like a boundary or border to this control, radio button control, as for this one, the image selection and for the text box. But here in our case it is, so we need to remove the class for that, bootstrap class. Just remove this one, bootstrap class. Let's duplicate it 3 times and let's change it. Let's change this ID, required favor letter, default image. And for this one we need one hidden field control for the default ASP hidden field. ID hidden field default image position POS. Run at server, and the default value is 0. Let's set it 0. Then in this itself we need to take another control, another 2 control, that is a checkbox. Let's copy this one and paste. So instead of 12, let's take it 3, because we already have taken the 6 and the next 2 will be dividing 3 each. Let's copy the label. customized is customize is customize copy this, paste, active. Now let's take another div. In this we're going to display the images which has been selected from our controls for file upload for 4 images for 4 controls. That means we need to take 4 image controls for displaying each images of the file upload controls. Okay, so let's take here the class row, div tag class call md call md12 and we need to align it. Okay, let's first check whether it's working, then we're going to give another classes for that. So first of all, let's take here span control. In that we're going to take the image control. Copy this, paste, image product 1, let's give the style to it. Not border style. Display none. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times. Two, three, 4. Save it, refresh. Now you can see here the border line for this red button list has been gone, and the text checkbox is also is there, and we can't see that the image controls right now here, but if we remove this, maybe we can see. Okay, now you can see the small box is able to see. That is because we just remove this style display none. Display none which makes it not to appear in the screen or in the page. So that's why I have added that code. So I don't want to visible like this way at the starting. Okay, only once we select this one, like suppose I select any image, at that time the image that should be populated over there. But why it's okay, maybe the name. Let's select this one. Okay, I need to fix that. Let's refresh this. Okay, so now the last part, I think the button is left to add, and then we're going to populate data in this drop down controls. Okay, let's see. Now we can remove this comment because what the code required, the controls code we just copied, and remove this one. So this is the main div tag where all the rows has been there. If you see, yeah, it's in form body, right? Okay, so after this control, we need to take the button control. We can use this one. Remove this part. Let's give you a 4, padding bottom 4. And here need to give the class align content small between padding left 3. We'll be using this page for both add and update, so I am giving the name as here btn add or update. Okay, for starting, by default it will be for the add. Okay, so the text here is add. For now, we're not going to create any event of the button. We'll create it later after populating the drop down values. So let's remove this first. And here we need to add here one causes validation source to false. Okay, so let's refresh this page. Okay, so all good. Okay, let's populate this control, drop down control. Go to the code behind page by clicking F7 or just right click here, view code. So let's copy the code from the category code behind page. Copy this. In my case, all the namespace for this classes for this it's already been imported in the namespace. So if in your case it's not, then you need to add it manually, this one, system.data.sql client and system.data. okay, in these two namespace, all these classes is present. okay, let's copy this. Okay, so let's change this one. Product. Now we need this one, get categories method. Let's copy from here. So in category page, we are displaying the data of categories in the this one repeater control, but in our case we need to display it in our drop down control. okay, so in drop down, like we have two things, like the name and the ID part. okay, so first need to change the control ID, DDL category, and DDL category dot data text field. In that we need to mention the column name, that is the category name. DDL category dot data value field, here category ID. Change this DDL category dot data bind. okay, so this will going to bind our data to this the drop down category. okay, let's refresh this. And you can see here the data gets binded from the database table jeans and t-shirt. So now what we want, when we select this one, okay, at that time the subcategories present in this jeans categories should get populated in this control. We didn't change this name. Okay, let's change that, and on the selection of this it should populated this control. okay, so we need to create an event for this one on selection change event. So in that we need to call one another function to bind this control. okay, okay, let's first change that the name, header name, a control name. Subcategory. okay, so we need to create an event for this drop down control. On selected index change, click on create new event. So our event has been created. If you go to the code behind page F7, you can see here this event is been created. Now what we want to call a function which will get the selected category ID. Based on that ID, it will going to fetch from subcategory table and give the data in the drop down list. okay, so first let's copy this function. and paste it here. Get subcategories based on ID. So in parameter we need to pass the ID based on category ID, right? Which category is selected, that ID name get populated here. Let's pass call this function over here. Get subcategories, and the ID will going to get from the drop down list, that is DDL category dot selected value. In selected value that is the ID. You can see here the value field, that is the category ID. Okay, so in that value, selected value, we're going to get the category ID. But here you can see we are getting the error because it's in string form and it's expecting the integer, so we need to convert into integer. Convert dot to int 32. Close the bracket. Okay, now we need to change the store procedure name. Subcategory, and here also we need to change the action name subcategory by ID. Let's go to our database. In subcategory, this one, subcategory by ID. Paste it here. Make sure SP name should be same. Okay, so once it will get the data in data table. Okay, here one more thing to note, you can see here DT, like here it's used for this one. We are using the same here, so let's add a new one. Give here DT1, and we can use that over here, DT1. And like here we need to change the drop down ID. Instead of DDL category, we want DDL subcategory. Okay, just before that, before binding the data to it, we need to clear the previous one, DDL subcategory dot items dot clear. First it will going to clear the existing item if it is present in this subcategory drop down, then it will going to add a new one list. Okay, let's change the name. Paste it. Okay, let's restart this one. In jeans there is no data. In t-shirt no data. Something is fishy. You can see here when we change any this one, like it's getting added twice. One more time, let's see t-shirt. If you can see here, it's added here. You can see here. Let me check the code. Okay, here the name it's getting okay. we need to change the name here. Subcategory name and subcategory ID. And here we need to set the default value at the 0 index, that is ddl subcategory dot items dot insert at 0 index. We need to add the first list item, that is of like select subcategory. Let's restart this. Now let's change. You can see here there is no data to this one. Engines, but you can see it's getting added multiple times. Category drop down. Okay, that is because we are calling this function on page load. We need to call this function only for the first time when the page get loaded. Okay, so we need to check here the if condition. If is post back, we need to check not is post back. At that time this category should get called. Now restart this. Jeans, there is no data, and t-shirt, there is no data, but this time you can see there is now like repeated items added in the drop down. So let's add some subcategories. Okay, we have the data, like we worked on that. So in jeans, like we have men's jeans which is active, and in t-shirt we have women's t-shirt which is active, but why it's not getting the data? Let's debug this function. Okay, let's debug it. We don't have the menu for the product, so let's copy this one code for categories and replace over here, or just paste next to these categories. In admin master page, let's search okay, it's over here. Let's copy this, paste. What we want, products, and then product. Product list, the next page we're going to create, that is a product list, and the menu is product list. So product page, okay, save it and refresh our page in browser. Now you can see here products, product, and Right now we don't have this product list page. We click on product, it will take us to the product page. Okay, let's debug. Let's select this, and if we can see here the ID one we are getting here. Let's see what data we get here. Okay, we didn't get any data from store procedure, so we need to check that store procedure first. Okay, we didn't pass here the category IDs. My bad, my mistake. Okay, let's give it here. Category ID. Let's restart this. This time it should work. You can see we get the data here. Let's remove this breakpoint from here. F5. Now you can see the data is get populated to this one. Let's change it again. Okay, so now it's working fine. Now what we want, okay, we need to this one, fix this one. When we select the image, it should appear over here, and okay, let's do that first. In the top, okay, after this we need to change little bit. Control name, which we'll get from our input. Input dot id dot substring what we're going to substring input of id, that is of index of where it is the underscore. Let's give it in double quotes and remove this one. Plus 1 semicolon. So what it will do, it from input it will substring this part, like the underscore part, and then it will going to get the control name, like fu first name, fu second name, like that way. Okay, so we'll check here if the control name is equal to the first image, this one, fu first image, then we need to show that the image control in which we are displaying the first image. Okay, so for that we need to first pass the id, and then it will call the function show, which it will going to appear in the browser. Okay, let's copy this one, paste it here, change the ID, img product 1 or image product 1, and then we need to call here the method show. Now we need to set that the image to this control, image control, and we need to set the height and width as well. Okay, and this one we can use same code. Let's cut from here and paste it here. Yes, name here we need to change image product 1 dot client id dot property. In source we need to set that the image with this width and height. Let's take it in one line. Okay, now restart this and see. Let's select the first image and see here it's working. Now let's do for other 3 image. Copy it, else, and then paste. Let's do it again and one more time, but this time we don't need if. So here we need to change, this is for the second image, and this is for third image, and this is for the fourth one, but we don't in the else we don't require this condition. So let's remove this one. It will going to check for the first 3 image control, and if it didn't match in the first 3, then it will the default one, the fourth one. Okay, the fourth will be the default control. Okay, need to change this one, the image control ID to this will be the 3 and this 4. Save it. Restart it. Let's select the second image. Okay, what if we select the fourth image, then okay, it's came here, and let's select the third image. So it populated in between, like on its place, like in populated on the third place, not on the fourth place. So it will be in order. Okay, and now for which like image we need to set as default image from this 4 image. We select the first one, this image will going to be set as default image for this product. Okay, if we select second, then this second image will be going to be selected as default image. Okay, so for this like we have taken this control. Okay, so now if we click on add, we need to like this one, add the selected data in our database. So for that, let's create like click event, button click event, and in for that also for adding we need one class which will have the table models. Okay, so let's create that. So let's first create this the click event of button. First we'll create this one add button event. That is on click. Create new event, and then to create for this one clear button also. On click, create new event. Let's go to the code behind page. You can see this event has been created. Okay, let's move this code in the above before the button click event. Okay, so before that, I need to create one class. Let's stop this project. Right click on the project name, click on add new item, class, that is the C# class. Let's give the name product obj. Let's add the columns present in our product table, all the asset property over here, like this one, public, and here it will be the product ID. In this way we need to add all the columns of the product. Go to the design, you can see this one, and second one like this. The third one, short description. PROP, tap twice we need to click, and should be a string, and then name should be short description. Like this way I need to add all the columns of this table. Okay, so I have added the columns, like after short description, long description, additional description, then price, quantity, price will be in decimal, quantity in integer, then size and color. Size color will be in varchar, that is in string, company name varchar in string, company name string, and the tags will be in string. Okay, so we don't have the tag column over here, so we don't need this one. Okay, let's comment this for now. And after that, category ID is an integer, subcategory ID is an integer, is customized, like it's in bit, so it will be in boolean, and is active bool. Sold we don't need in that, and then created date, that is of date time. Okay, so all columns we have added. Now we have to create another class inside this product obj class. Public class product image obj. So in this, we'll be adding the properties of product image table. Let's close this one, open this product images. You can see here image ID, image URL, product ID, default image. So we need to add all these proper columns as a property over here. Okay, so I have added the columns. Now we want this over here, like here in this one. Let's prop tab. So the type should be this one, product image obj, and the name product images. But I need to set this one as a list of product images. Okay, so I need to initialize this as empty object by default when the object gets created for this one, the product obj. So for that we need to set as new, and then this one semicolon. After that we need to take another property, default image position. Okay, let's go back to our page, this one, product.asp code behind page. So first we'll take a try catch block. So in this try block we'll write our code. If it any exception raised in the try block, it will be going to handle in the catch block. Okay, so write it down, the code. So first of all we'll check whether the images all four has been selected or not. Okay, if it's not selected, we're going to give the error message for selecting the images. Okay, all the images. So first we'll check here if condition, if fu the first image dot has file, and we need to check for other control also, fu second image dot has file, then the third one fu third image dot has file, and then the fourth one fu fourth image dot has file. If all these four image like don't have any image selected, or if any of the controls don't, like it's not having the image or not get selected, then at that time in else part we're going to display a message. So we have the control lbl message lbl, so in that we're going to set that. Okay, so in this page, like lots of message will going to display. So for that we going to create a common function. Okay, let's create it first over here, void. It will not going to return any data, lbl message, or we can give it as display message. Okay, so it will take two parameters, string, that is the message, text message, and the second one, the class, for which like what color and background color or whatever we need to display for that message. Like it is error, we need to display in red color. If it is success, we need to display in green color, like that way. So for that the class also we need to pass the bootstrap class. Okay, so let's leave here CSS class. Okay, so in LBL text, we're going to set the message that we get in that. Before that we need to enable like visible it. By default it gets hidden. Okay, so LBL message dot visible is equals to true. Then we need to set the class LBL message dot CSS class. Okay, but the bootstrap class consider this one alert hyphen then the class like success or error, like that way. And we need to append that message CSS class with this text. Okay, so here we're going to call that function display message. So in this we need to pass that message, please select all product images, and in the second parameter we need to pass the class name, that is warning. It's not an error, so that's why we need to pass the warning semicolon. Okay, now suppose all the 4 images is been selected by the admin while adding the product. So at that time we're going to add all the images in a list, and then we'll pass to a function to check like the path and all. Okay, like it's a valid image path or not. Okay, because we want only the JPG, PNG and JPEG format, right? So we need to check that. So first of all we take here one list. So in before if block we'll take that the list of string we will take here. So in list we're going to add all that image file name. Okay, now we need to list make this list into an array. So we'll create an array string of array. So we'll create a string of array here with name fu, that is a file upload. In that we're going to pass that list to array. It will going to convert this list into an array, which will going to store in this string of array. Okay, we have already one function that we used in our category for checking or validating the image, whether the image is valid image or not, right? So there we're going to use that function, but we have to use for every images, like all the 4 images we need to check. So we're going to use a for loop here, and in the for loop we're going to check for each image it's whether a valid image or not. Okay, we will need one variable is valid of type bool. By default it will be a false. Okay, so we'll take here one reason, like how we don't like use comment for like displaying some information regarding the code, right? So we use here the reason for keeping the code in a particular block. Okay, so by hash it will give this option. Let's type it manually, region. Okay, and over here you have to and the region and region. Okay, so in this we're going to write our code. So let's take here the for each loop. You can use for loop or for each loop, whatever you want. Okay, so like I will be using for loop most of time, so I will go for loop only, not to confuse you like the syntax like for each and for loop. So I will be using same for loop everywhere. Okay, so integer I is equals to 0, I less than or equal to the data in the string of array, that is the fu length minus 1, and then we need to increment that I value I plus plus. So when it will loop for the first time, that is for the I0, at that time we need to check whether if it is valid image URL or not. Okay, so we'll check here if so I have the class util where we can check the function is valid extension, which we have already used in our category CRUD operation, right? So using that we can check fu in bracket, we need to pass the I, that is the first, it is 0. For the 0 index it will go to check that whether that image is valid or not. Okay, so if it is like valid, at that time we need to set this variable to true. If not, then we'll set the variable as false in the else part. Actually we no need to set false, because by default it will be a false. So okay, let it be. Okay, when it is false we need to come out the loop, so we'll use the break. It will going to break the loop and come out of the break, because if we get anyone which is invalid, we don't want to check for others. Suppose from the fourth image, all four image, the first one is invalid, so I don't want to, it should go further to check all the three images. It should stop directly for after the first image. Okay, so for your reference, like I'm adding here comment validating image type. Okay, so after this let's check another region here. Give the name here region for this one. Okay, we didn't give the name for this region. Validate image or images, and for this region that we going to create. After image validation, proceeding to add products. So let's end the region. So in this, okay, we can minimize this region, this set of code from here. Okay, you can see like this way. Okay, if you expand it, you will see the complete code of that. Okay, so now let's start for this one. If is valid, if it is true, means if all the images is valid image, then we'll write the code over here, or else in else part we'll give the message. Display message. Please select .jpg, .jpeg, .png file for image, and in second parameter we will give here as warning. Semicolon. So now in this, if it is valid, all the images is valid, and then we'll go on to prepare the data of image in an object to pass to the product for adding the product information. Okay, so in util class, we need to add one function which will going to get the path of the image. Okay, public static. I need to change this name and then parameter as well. Okay, before that it should be written the string of array, get images path or URL. String of array, images. Okay, so we'll be using here for loop. After tapping for, press tab twice, it will going to generate this code. Images dot length -1. We need to take here one variable file extension which of type string. Let's make it empty, static In file extension we'll get the extension of the file of the image. So we'll using here the path get extension of images of I value. That will be if it is for starting 0, the 0 position the images extension will go to store in this one. Okay, and then it will go to add in a list all the images extension with that proper path. Okay, so for that we need to take another variable here for the list of string. Okay, so in this one in path we're going to add all the not the images, and to add the file extension but before that we need to create proper path, like images will going to save in images folder, right? In images / product. For category we are getting like we are using the images / category, and for the product images / product, then /, and after that we need to create the file name, the image name. So the image name will go to set dynamic, like because the image name should not get repeated or not be same, so that's why we need to set the unique name. So for that we can use the GUID, that is the get unique ID. So we already have that method, just use over here concatenate plus and then get unique ID, the method dot toString, and then last we need to add that file extension. Okay, so this will going to create a complete image URL. Okay, and it will go into a list. Just give the name as list, will be more suitable to understand as well. Okay, now we want to like return this image like this list. Okay, so this will be like in array, so that's why here like the return type is string of array. So we need to convert this list into a to array. Okay, now we need to use this function in our like code behind page over here. So in top here we need to add one variable string of array image path, now we can use that variable over here image path, and that we need to set the value which we'll get from the function that we created now. So in get image path, it's going to get the path of that image in this list of array image path variable, and then we need to add the all the information related to image in the class that we created. So for each one we need to like use of set we need to use for loop. Okay, so let's use it. Image path dot length -1. Inside this again we need to use another for loop. Let's make it j. and here instead of 0 we need to set I. The value of I will be set to j, okay, and the j value should be less or equal to we'll be using here RBL, the default image control ID. In that we have the items, right? Items count. So based on that it will going to get in the loop, okay? But here we don't need this one, the j increment, because we are setting the value of j from the I. So I value it will going to increment, it will going to assign to the j. So we don't need to manually increment the j value, okay? So in this, like again we need to create one object starting the top. After this, list of product images, product image obj, product images, so we can use that product image variable now. So in product image variable we're going to add, what we're going to add, let's align it properly. So over here, some of these, okay. So in this, like we're going to create a new object, product image object, and in that all the properties will going to assign, not all the properties, two properties will going to assign the value. So when we create a new object of this class, at that time we can set the value to the properties. For image URL we can set here, and we can get from the image path of I, not the j. Then in default image, so we'll get from the radio button list the control. So it is in string, but we need to store in integer, right? So okay, in boolean, so we need to convert to boolean first. Convert dot to boolean. Radio button list, default image, not items, of j, which is selected one. Selected one we need to set as the default one. Let's give a comment over here, getting the default image okay. Okay, over here we need semicolon, and we need to break. It means every time it will go, suppose for the first time I is equal to 0, it comes under this one, it will go for the j which has the 0 value. In that, this will going to create an object that can add the data of that object into this one, the list one, and then it will going to come out of the loop by this break keyword, okay. And then go for this like it will come out this for loop of this one j1, and then to this one, it will go to increment I value to 1 from the 0, and then it comes for this in this for loop, and again it is going to create a new object and going to add to this list, then come out of this for loop and then increment to 2 from 1, and then again like this way it will going to create all the new object and add into this image list. It will come 4 times for in this for loop, as the image is like 4 images we have, right? Okay, now the important part, like for saving the this one product data in table and as well as the product images data in table. Okay, so here we'll need to create a class data access layer of the product, and the few methods we need to create which will going to add data to the database. Okay, but before that we need to first save all the 4 images in our project, right? In project directory of images inside the product image, right? So first like create the region. What is the use of the like having region in our code? Like it will like keep the code like block of code separate from other code, right? So that's why like I'm using this, and it is like more readable. Okay, let's give this name as saving all images, and region. Okay, so it is in loop. It is in loop of this one, the first loop, outer loop. So we can access the I value. So if I is equals to 0, that is the first one, when it comes for the first time, at that time like first control of the image, we need to save the image of that the first control, posted file dot save as, we use your server path server.map path. We need to set we need to save that in the root directory. So we're going to use the tilde symbol, which we can find before the 1, the key 1. Before that we can find this, the tilde. Okay, then the / images product /. So in this we have to save that image with image path but in that we need to replace, because we already have those the image / product. Okay, so we're going to remove that. Dot not to remove, replace we need to replace this string from empty one. Let's give semicolon. So it will going to save this file, the first one image file, into our images product folder. Okay, let's do it for this. else if I is equals to 1. Okay, so here again like we need to cross check whether the images like the all the images is been saved or not. So for that we need to create one variable, boolean variable, which we can set after this one, like which ensure like the images is been saved. If it's not saved any of the images, we're going to delete all the images and give the some message to the user. Okay, so let's create a bool variable over here. Is images image saved, is image saved, first set to false. Let's copy this, paste a few second image, copy, to a few third image, here the fourth one, that is the id like I is equal to 3 because we are starting from 0. Okay, then 1 2 3, it's total 4. Okay, a few fourth image, not the first one. Okay, so now outside of this for each loop we going to save our product information into our table. Okay, let's create an region here. Saving new product. Let's minimize this one. We want the value of the selected colors and the size, but we are not getting only single selected items. From that we can have multiple selected items for the color and size, this list box. So for that we need to create one function which will going to add all the selected list of items in a single string with a comma separated. Okay, so for that we need to create a method in util class. Let's create it. Publish static, it will return the string. So let's string, and the function name get item with comma separator. it will take the list box. For the control we have taken, that is the list box. Let's take one variable. Selected item, make it empty, and here for loop, or you can use the for each. This time I'm going to use the for each. List box dot get selected indexes. This is the default method we can use. Selected item, we need to concatenate that, so list box dot items of I position, not the I position, we have the item at the position of item, for which item it is, dot text. But we need to add the comma also at the end, so add comma, semicolon. Okay, can use here anything, items, item. Okay, now let's return that selected item. Okay, now here we need to create two variable of type string. Let's make it in above. Selected color, selected size. Now you can use that. Selected color, utils dot get item with comma separator. In that we need to pass the ID of the list box of color, and same for this one, selected size. Now let's create an object of the product obj, and in that we're going to assign all the properties value. So at the top we can declare that is after this product obj so just we have declared, didn't initialize yet, so we'll initialize in this method here. with the using of new keyword we can initialize the object of that. So the first one is product ID. Let's assign the value to it. So we are adding so product ID will be the 0. Let's give it 0. Then the product name, we'll get from the text box of that product txt product name dot text. We need to trim that value so the extra space or empty space would get removed. Then the short description, then long description, then additional description, then price, price we need to convert into decimal. So first let's convert that to decimal. After price, quantity should be in integer, so let's convert that to integer. After quantity, the size. For size we have the value in variable selected size. Then color, selected color, company name, then category ID. So it's in integer, need to convert to integer. DDL category dot selected value, subcategory ID, DDL subcategory dot selected value, is customized, checkbox is customized dot checked, is active, is checkbox is active dot checked, and then product images. So we have already the product images. If you see over here in the list, we have already added the image URL and default image. Okay. And the UI, the design part, the tag control, we need to comment it out. We don't want. Let's comment it. Control KC. Okay, now we want to pass this object, data object, into a function which will going to save the record into table. So we need to create a function to save this data of the product. We have created the class for product obj. In that we can create that another class and the function in it. Okay. Let's make it public so we can use it in every page. Public class product DL data access layer. SQL connection. Then SQL command. SQL data reader. DR data reader. SQL data raptor. SDA. Let's make it SDR. Data table DT. And the last one, SQL transaction. Transaction is equal to null. Now let's create the method. Public int add update product. This method will going to use for adding and updating the product both. Both operation will perform in this single function. This method will going to accept the parameter product obj, let's take on variable integer with name result. Set it 0 by default. This will be in use to return the data as an output of this function. Using con, let's create new connection, SQL connection class constructor over here. Then in that we need to pass the connection string. So we have the class utils. In that we have the get connection method. It will give the connection string to that SQL connection class. Okay, so within this using statement we can write about all the like queries or like code for the adding or updating the product. So first let's take the try. So in try block, first check the product images in the variable. Product bo dot product images. Now let's create a region for inserting the product. Insert product. Let's first open the connection string. We are using the using statement, so inside this we don't need to close the connection string. It will go to close automatically, but we need to open the connection string manually. So let's open the connection string. Con.open, and we are using here transitions like for, because we are going to insert into more than one table, like the first one in product table and the second one for the product images. So we are adding two tables record at once, so it makes sure if any table insertion it fails, the transitions won't commit the data changes in table. It will going to roll back, means it will going to undo the changes made in the tables either in product or product images. Okay, if both are if both table changes are successfully, then this will going to save the going to commit it, means it will going to save permanently. Okay, so transition, so we have initialize the transition by calling the method begin transition. Okay, cmd dot okay, let's create the object of the SQL command. In this we need to pass the store procedure name and the connection string object and the transition object. And then transition object semicolon. Right now we don't have this store procedure with this name product CRUD. We'll create after this. cmd dot parameters dot with value, add with value. In that we need to pass the parameter name. The first parameter like action will be there, and its value product ID, like by default it will be like 0, so I'm passing here 0 for adding a new. I will change that after, based on the product ID we will decide whether this operation should be in for insert or update, but we will do later. But first we'll see for insert, adding a new product, and then later we will going to use the same for update purpose also. Okay, product name, its value, product bo dot product name. Let's duplicate this. So after product name, short description, After that, long description, then additional description, price, quantity, size, color, company name, category ID, subcategory ID, duplicate this. After subcategory, is customize, then is active, we need to remove this. My mistake here, in action we need to pass for which action we are performing, not the category, not the product ID. My mistake. So here insert by default we will going to use for the inserting new product. Then here the command type, store procedure, not the text. Then cmd.execute non-query for executing this store procedures with along with all the parameters. Now after that we need to find the product ID, which product is inserted recently, and based on the product ID we will going to add those product images in the product image table along with the product ID. So we need to get the product ID first, which is recently inserted. cmd dot okay, we need to create a new SQL cmd. Cmd is equals to new SQL command. In that we need to pass the store procedure name, that will be the same, the product CRUD, then the connection string, and then transition, semicolon, cmd dot parameters dot add with value, parameter name action and its value, recent product, then this two, let's copy, actually we need to use little different here in data. I think data row I have not created in the above. Okay, SGR it is SQL data reader. In that cmd dot execute reader, while sgr dot read we need to create a one variable with the product with the name product ID. Integer product ID, let's set it to 0 by default. Then we'll assign the value to the product ID here. Let's first cast into integer, typecast it, and then fetch the value from SQL data reader, product ID, semicolon. After that we need to close that SQL data reader. And we need to call this part only when the product ID is 0. Just right click on the selected part and click on spin it, surround with, click on if, not this one, Control Z, spin it, surround with, this one if. So if product ID is equals to 0, at that time this will going to call. Okay, so product has been inserted and we get the product ID also from the store procedure. Now based on the product ID we are going to insert the product images in the product image table. Okay, so after this we are going to create a new region. Product images, or specific insert product images. First we'll check if the product ID is greater than 0, means the newly record has been added and its ID should be greater than 0, right? So we need to check that condition first, and based on that we're going to insert each images in the table. So for that we need to take here for each where image in product images so let's copy this part and set the result value to 1. Means the insertion of the product and along with images is done. So we are setting the result value to 1, otherwise it will be default value 0. Okay, so here store procedure name will be the same, and this one we need to change action name. Insert underscore product will use shortcut prod underscore image shortcut img. So the parameters required for this one, just duplicate this one, and the second parameter name is image URL and the value image URL. Just duplicate it. Product ID default image okay. Then once both table record is inserted successfully, we'll commit the transition. Okay, suppose if anything fails, so at that time we'll go into catch in exception, and we'll use here result will set to 0 because it gets failed in catch. Exception let's return result. Okay, so now it's done. So go back to our code behind page of product, and here first we're going to create an object the top. After this product del and here we're going to initialize that object. After this we're going to call that function which we created recently. Product del dot add update product obj. So based on the value of r, we're going to decide whether it's successfully inserted or not. If it is greater than 0, that means successfully inserted, right? Display message product saved successful. Else warning cannot save record right now or at this moment. Okay, so we're going to include all this code inside an if block. Here we have done saving the images, right? So we're going to check whether the image is saved or not. If it is saved, then only we're going to save this call this function to save this record. If the image is saved in our project, then only we're going to call, otherwise we're going to delete those saved images. Okay, so for that we need to select all this line of code from here till here, spin it, surround with if is image saved. If it is true, then only we're going to execute this code block of code. Otherwise, in else part In else part we're going to delete the images. So for that we'll need to create an method for that. Let's create method just before to this one. Void delete file, our image, you can say. We need to pass the string of array, file path, so within the for loop file path dot length -1, we need to check if file dot exist server dot map path, the file exists at that location. First make that path like this tilde symbol at the root, and from the root it will go to check for the particular file path. Okay, I think one more bracket required. Nice, good. Okay, so when it is exists at that location, then we need to delete that. Server dot map path, let's copy this one. Okay, so we're going to call this function over here. Image path, as well as over here if didn't save, if any error occurred at that time also we need to call that delete method. Delete file, image path, save it. So in catch block, let's write a JavaScript alert here, response dot write script alert. We need colon also at the end within single quote, then within double quotes we need to add 2 plus. In that we need to pass our exception message. Okay, so let's write the code for clearing the field on clicking on button clear button. Let's create one method private void clear txt product name dot text string dot empty txt short description txt long description txt additional description txt price txt quantity txt company name list box color dot clear selection list box size dot clear selection, then drop down DDL category dot clear selection DDL subcategory dot clear selection RBL default image dot clear selection checkbox is customize checked is equal to false checkbox is active dot checked is equal to false. And one more hidden field we have taken in the design. Let's search this one. Dot value is equals to 0. If any value sets other than that, will set to 0. Okay. So now we can call this function inside this button clear. Okay, now let's run and see. Okay, we are having one error, and where it is, can't convert type into string. Where? Okay, let's give to double quotes, save it. Okay, let's add a breakpoint over here on the button click event. Run and see. Let's first check all the validation is working or not. Yeah, it's working. We didn't give any validation to this control, color and size. Okay, and yeah, everything is working. For image, like it will not going to, like, we didn't given any validation over here, but in the code we are checking all the images should be selected. Okay, and these both, no validation is given for that. Okay, so that means validation is working. properly. Let's give the product name test 1, select category jeans, so it means jeans, price blue, pink, purple, small, medium, extra large, quantity 12, company name test company, short description, okay. So we want to set this third image as a default image, make it is active, is customized, let it be false, click on add. So for the images, all 4 images has been selected, so it came inside this if block, and it will going to add in the list. In list there is 4 count, you can see all the images name with their extension, okay, and it will going to convert into array. In array you can see the same data, and now for each loop it will going to this one first check if valid, it is valid, that means then only it comes to in this if block, otherwise it will go to the else block, okay. So it's valid, true, then check for second one is also true, and the third one is valid, and the fourth one is also valid. So after that it will come out that, and if it's valid means if it's true, then it will come inside this if block, and it will going to get the image path over here. Let's add a breakpoint over here and press F10, it will come here, and for each on the for loop it will going to check for the extension of the image and create a file path and going to add in the list. If you see in the list there is one count, you can see here images and images slash product, then the image name which right now we created with their extension .jpg, second one, third one, and the fourth one last. So okay, we have only 3 image. Why? The count is 3. Why? So this should be 4, right? Okay, from here it's sending the 4, but here I'm getting only 3 image and didn't get it. Right, so starting from 0, okay, okay, let's go back to this again. Just drag it and F11, it will come inside this function, and images there is 4 image, right? From 0 it will going to start till 3, so 0, value 0, and then here first it will going to add in the list, it right now it's null, Okay, let's see one by one. Highest value 1, so images at first 0 location, so it is added here 1. Now it's 1, so that means the second list. Okay, now it's 2, that means the third list. Now it's 2, then it will be 3. Okay, we didn't added here is equals to less than or equal to, so now this time it should go, yeah. So I value is 3, yeah. So the fourth list has been added. Now it's okay. So in the list we can see all the 4 images with their proper like URL. Here also I missed the equal to. So I value is here 0 and length is 4 and here count is 4, the images count, the default radio button, and the selected will be 1. So it will going to create the object of this one product image object. In that image URL and default image will be there. So the first one will be this one. Let's check it is added in product image list, and in data wise we can see here default image is true, but the first image is not like selected for the default image, right? If we see in browser we have selected the third one, that should be true, right? But it's the first one. Okay, let's check in items. In items we can check which one is true. Okay, we have the 4 data and selected here it's true. The second one is false, third one is false selected, fourth one is also false, but something is fishy, like I have selected the third one, so it should get selected the third, not the first. Okay, we'll check that. Okay, so for the for the I value 0, for the first time it came inside this for loop. So this object has been created and added to the product images list, and then it will check if I it is 0, it will going to save the image in that location. Okay, so it gets failed, file could not find a path. Okay, so there is no folder product in this, so it gets like error. Okay, so we need to create the images like folder for that first. Copy this inside this images folder. Let's create a folder, new folder, product, enter. Now it's saved. Browser, let's check this one, not browser, the design page, this one, default image, Okay, this one is that. Okay, here I have done the mistake, didn't change that the value 3 4. That's why it's getting the value 1 when we selected the third one. Okay, that was the issue. Okay, now run and see. This time we'll check if all the 4 images is not selected, then what we get. Okay, so it will go to display. Please select all product images over here. Please select all product images, and after a few seconds it will go disappear. That means that is working. Let's select the image file. Okay, let's add. Okay, now let's see if saving. Okay, it saved the images inside the product. Let's select all files. So all files, and see here that image has been saved. Okay, the first image, this is the first image, right? And it's been saved. Now it will go back again for the second I value, and this time here it will go to fetch the first position. At position 1 selected is false. The second image is get saved. Just refresh it. This is the first one, this is the second one. Yeah, now the third one should be selected true. In the list we can see the third one, this one, and it's selected true. The default image is true, and second one will be the false, as well as the first one is false. Okay, now it's working properly. And now the last one, fourth image, save. All images are saved. Yeah, it will check it's true. Yeah, that means all images are saved successfully. Now it will go to save the product. So here in this function it will get all the values selected. Here in this we have selected 2 items. I think this which one it is, the value list box, but which one? Color. Okay, so in color we have selected 2, as well as in size also we have selected 2. So the first item text is blue, you can see here with comma it's added, and then the second one here it will have the pink one. Okay, so it will return that pink. Same way for this size also, extra small and large, blue and pink. So in this object we can see description, category ID, color, the company, date, which is empty, so it's checking the default date and time. Default position is 0 for now. Is active, false, customize. Okay, product ID is D0, product images 4, name, quantity, short description, subcategory ID, size. Okay, all the values there. Now let's go to inside this function by clicking F11. So it will going to get the connection string in the SQL connection, and product images we have here in this variable, and after opening the connection it will go on to initialize the transitions, and then in SQL command, okay, we don't have the product category, the product CRUD stored procedure, so it will going to give us error. Could not find the store procedure product CRUD. Okay, we're going to create the store procedure after this. So you can see here it will going to roll back the transition because both are failed. So if any of these gets success, still it will going to roll back. It means it will not going to commit the changes in the table. So result will be 0. That means the false. So it will go into in else part, and it will going to delete all those files. The file exists, and now it will go to delete one by one in loop. Second file deleted, the third one deleted. Okay, the fourth one is not get deleted because I have not added here is equal to, that my mistake. Okay, no issue. Then it will come out of this, and then it will going to display the message cannot save record at this moment. Okay, so need to update that code, that delete code here is equals to should be there, and need to delete that image. Only one image should be there. Yeah, this one. So need to delete that as well. Let's delete it. Now let's create a stored procedure, product CRUD. Open your SQL Server Management Studio. So I will be using this same stored procedure, like code from here, like which I've been altered subcategory CRUD. Let's make it to create and give the name as product CRUD. let's make it 20. So I've added this like parameters of this stored procedure: product ID, name, description, short description, long description, additional description, price, quantities, size, color, company name, tags, image URL, default image, category ID, subcategory ID, sold, is customized. We don't need these tags. Let's comment it out. Sold, is customized, is active, default image, POs. Okay, so the first part, select is there. So in select, the first column, let's first consider the table product. P dot product ID, P dot product name, P dot short description, P dot long description, P dot price, P dot quantity, P dot category ID, P dot subcategory ID, P dot is active. Now we want category name as well, so we have joined here, inner join category. So instead of SP dot category ID, on say category ID. So here C dot category name, after this let's copy this and paste it here, subcategory, P dot subcategory ID, S dot subcategory ID. So now here we can take subcategory name, and we need to join one more table here, inner join product images, product image, on P dot product ID is equals to P image dot product ID. So here P product image, P dot img dot image URL, and the sold also from product you have to take, and the last when it is created from product table. So that will be in the select. Then we need to get the active product. And here in where condition we need to change, we need to pass here where condition as well, where img dot default image URL is equals to 1, order by p dot created date in descending order. So let's copy this query and paste it over here. So in where condition we need to change a little. P dot is active is equals to 1, and s dot is active is equals to 1, order by created date in descending order. The next one, PRDT product by subcategory. Select by subcategory ID for user. Copy this and paste it here. This is for category and the next one for subcategory. So let's change the query. Let's copy this and paste it here, and here add one condition, c dot category ID is equals to category ID. Now let's copy the above query and paste it here, and just change here s dot subcategory ID to subcategory ID. After this, let's copy this and paste it here. In this query, we'll need to modify this part. P.product name, like it will be used for searching on the column product name. So here we need to use the % plus the product name and then for insert if x1 is equals to insert begin and insert into product, then the column names, so description, size, color, company name, category ID, subcategory ID is customized, is active, sold, created date, then its value, product name, short description, long description, additional description, price, quantity, size, color, company name, category ID, subcategory ID, is customized, is active, sold, in for created date, we need to call get date function. For sold, starting we need to insert 0. Then we need to insert the product images. Insert prod img. Insert into product images. Product images, image URL, then product ID, then default image, in values, image URL, product ID, default image, deleting product images. Deleting product images where product ID is equal to this. Now we'll see update. Update product, set product name, product name, short description, long description, additional description, price, quantity, size, color, company name, category ID, subcategory ID, is customized, is active, where product ID, update product, and this one update default image position, update product images, set default image equals to 0, where default image equals to default image equals to 1, and product ID and one more update we need to do. When was the last default image was set to true, we need to update to make it false, means 0, but we need to set the new image as a default image. So for that we need to create one SQL function. So let's open a new query here. We'll create a new function here, create function get underscore pos, get position, product ID, which is an integer, then second parameter pos, again it's an integer. Now the function returns integer as begin and So this function will return select image ID from subquery. We will going to get the image ID DL small select image ID from product images. So from product images we will select the image ID, then product ID, one SQL function that is row number, over partition by product ID, order by image ID. Let's say as pause from product images. So from this one, so we have the 3 column: image ID, product ID and pause. So from here it will get the image ID. Let's give this as ls. Let's give this ls as z, where product ID is equals to product ID and pause is equals to select case when max pures greater or equal to pause, then pause, else 1 and ABC. Select case when, then 1, else 1 and from select image ID, product ID, row number. Let's copy this one. h. Okay, let's create this function, and now we can use this function over here in this. Let's copy this one, paste it here. Here we need to set the default image as 1, that is true, and where image id we get from that function, so we call that function. From here we'll get that get underscore pause. We have created just now this function, so we are not able to like get from the IntelliSense, so just type it. It will not get you any error. So the parameters you pass like product ID in this case, the first one, and the second one, that is the default image pause. Default image position. Okay, then the update of the quantity. Let's copy this. Quantity and sold item action qty underscore update set quantity and sold is not there. Okay, we need to take that. Where product ID is called product ID. Then for delete, product ID select newly added product, that is the recent products. Select star from product, where product ID is equal to this one. This one, recent products, newly added product. select is null, and max product ID comma 0. If it is null, it should be 0. Otherwise, first of all, it will take the max of product ID, whatever the maximum product ID is, it will take. If it is not there, if it is null, then it will take as 0. From okay, need to give us ls as product ID for product, and based on product ID you can get the product details from here. Need to remove s recent product and recent products. Get by ID, select product ID quantity from product P, product ID, product name, short description, long description, additional description also we need to take here. P dot additional description, then price, quantity, sold, P dot sold, P dot color, P dot size, P dot company name, P dot category ID, P dot subcategory ID, comma. Then here we'll use stuff for adding the all the 4 images into a with comma separate. Okay, comma separator we'll going to concatenate all the 4 images in one single like single string, or you can say single column. Stuff image 1, select from product images PIMG dot image URL plus colon space, then plus convert varchar the column which is default image png dot default image. If it is null, then we need to pass it 0. So this will select in from product image where image dot product id p dot product id for XML path starting position 1, then number of characters in integer, it's 1, then replacement expression character we don't want, so it should be empty. That's it. From product, let's join inner join category C on P dot category ID is equals to C dot category ID, and over here instead of company name, okay, we want a company name. Here we want category name, then again we have to do here one join, but this is on subcategory. Product dot subcategory so here s dot subcategory name p dot is customize p dot is active. Where p dot product id and then last one top 5 products. So let's take here the columns required. We have to take top 5. So top 5, and what are the columns required? We need to mention that, like product ID, product name, price, category ID, subcategory ID, category name, subcategory name, dot image URL. Okay, so let's create this store procedure. You don't want, can remove this part only from here. Okay, so let's execute it. So it's created here now. So now let's run and see this, because we have the store procedure with all the actions method that we use here. Okay, let's run and see. What is, okay, stop this, open the product code behind page or design page and then run. Then it will going to open that page. Okay, so now let's select all the fields. All the 4 images are saved, and now it's going to save data. Over here in product table. Okay, so I think it's saved. Now we need to fetch the recent product ID inserted. Okay, something is wrong because we didn't get the product ID value yet. Okay, need to check recent product. Let's copy and search over here if we have any. Okay, we don't have recent product, didn't match. Okay, it's a recent underscore product, and taking the okay, let's copy this and paste it here, and stop this Let's first find any images is saved. Okay, let's delete all one by one. Okay, delete all at once. Now run and see. Okay, again same thing. Let's refresh this one. Okay, so now this time the product is saved successfully, as well as the images also. So F5, so you can see product saved successfully. And but this part, like the form didn't get refreshed, means like the form didn't get cleared. So we need to call that function to clear this, or we need to redirect this page, we need to redirect to the product list page after successfully insertion, but we didn't create any page for that, so I'm not given that redirection code now. Okay, so we'll do that also. Okay, so we'll first create that page also. We'll create that page product list. Okay, first check in database. Just close this. Okay, you can check that function where it is created. Here in itself in function, scalar value. You can see here get position. So in product, let's see whether we have any data. Okay, so data is inserted and the product ID is 2. Okay, category ID 1, subcategory ID 2. Perfect. So now let's check the product images whether they are saved or not. Okay, all the 4 images are saved for product ID 2, and the second one was set as default. Second image was set to default, right? Yeah, second. So that means now our product insertion is working perfectly. Now we want to update that. Okay, so for that, when in the product list there will be a list of product. In front of each product there will be an edit icon button. So once we click on that edit icon, it will take us to this page. Suppose if I click on the edit in front of this record with product ID 2, it will take us to this page with that product ID, and all the data will going to get filled in this form automatically. And then whatever we want, we can change the required data according to us, and then click on update, and here add button will going to change to update. Okay, so we need to do all the functionality for updating the records. So let's start working on that. Let's stop this. So over here, so like this part is for adding. That means if the query string is null in the page, when it take us from product list to this page, to this product page, at that time it will give us product ID as well in the query string of the URL. Okay, in the URL we get the product ID, that is we call the query string. Okay, in query string we get the product ID. So we need to check if it is null. If there is no product ID, at that time we are going to put our this code that we are inserting the product. Okay, new product. So first check that if request dot query string, the name ID is equals to null, then we need to add all this code inside this if condition, and here after this we need to write the else part. Almost same thing we need to perform like we did for here add. So let's copy this one, the if part, so here instead of and we are going to give here or. Not here. Okay, this will be there, but not here. Instead of that here, okay, let me add here again one more if, and here else if. Okay, so in this if part we need to add this copy paste, then we need to copy this as well, validate images, let's copy this part as well, and paste it after this. Okay, let's see what needs to be changed here, update here. Okay, so here we don't need this, let's remove this region name, or we don't want that region. Okay, let's first remove this part, this whole part from here. So if the image is saved successfully, then we need to take one variable is valid to execute. Is valid to execute. So here if all the images is saved successfully, then we need to set this is image is valid to execute is equals to true. Or else it will going to delete the file. Let's remove this region. So here in else if, here we're going to display a message. Which we already did. I think let's copy this, edit here. Please add all 4 images. Please add all 4 images. If want to update images. Warning, save. Or in else part, here we'll want to update the product without the image. If convert.to in 32, we have taken the hidden field, right? Hidden field default image position dot value. If it is not equal to, convert dot to in 32, radio button default image dot selected value. If it is not same, then okay, there is no variable, so we need to add on the top sort of integer default img default image after edit is set to 0 here. Convert.to in 32, radio button list dot default image dot selected value, and let's set is valid to execute is equal to true. Now after this, we need to write the code for updating the product. So let's copy this part and paste it After this, updating product, here we'll check is valid to execute. If it is true, then we'll check the selected color, size, and then we'll create the object. And in that, here the ID we need to pass it from convert dot to int32 request dot query string ID. Rest will be the same. And here will be one more extra, default image position, default image after edit, if it is here, then product update get successful, cannot update at this moment. And here we need to give the message like this one. Something went wrong. And this time we'll be using danger. So here we're going to add the product image dynamically, means if we have any the ID from the query string, then we're going to add this add that ID value, or we're going to give us 0. So query string dot add the query string value. If it is null, then it should pass 0, or it should pass the query string value. Save it. And in this function also we need to update something. Let's add here string type. By default here let's give insert semicolon. product ID is equals to product bo dot product ID, and then based on product ID we can decide product ID. If it is equal to 0, then insert, or update. Okay, so after is active, we'll check if product ID is greater than 0, then cmd dot parameters dot add with value product ID, then value is product bo dot product ID. The type is update. And this for each we need to include in if condition. Spin it, surround with if type is equals to insert. If type is equals to insert, then this image like going to insert, or else just give comment update images bool is true, false, if product images dot count not equal to 0, let's copy this and paste it here. Instead of insert, delete delete prod image, and you need to pass the product ID. For which product ID we need to delete all the images of that product, we need to pass that product ID. Okay, that's it. And we need to set here is true, true. Else if product ID count not equal to 0, if it is 0, integer default image position, product bo dot default image position, copy this, paste here, update product, update image position, pause, then required product image, and then default image position, that is pause, else result is equals to 1. If is true, okay, so changes are done. Now when the page get load for updating the product code behind page, we need to add one function which will get the data from the database based on the product ID to get the data filled in the design of the product form page. Okay, let's add that function, void get product details if request.query string of id not equal to null, then in integer variable product id we'll take the product id from query string, and then we'll create the product del object in data table. Okay, so one thing, I need to create one method in product obj public data table product by id with images parameter product id in try block data table gt. Before that we need to create another method public data table product by id in parameter integer PID, that is product ID, within try catch block using on new SQL connection utils dot get connection on dot open product underscore CRUD con cmd dot parameters dot add with value parameter name action get by id PID action name product ID cmd dot command type command type dot store procedure, sga dot sga is equals to new SQL data adapter cmd data table dtd is equals to new data table sga dot fill latent dt. So we'll use this product ID dt dot columns dot add image 2 image 3 image 4. Default image data row dt dot new row string images is equals to dt dot rows image URL or image 1 dot to string string of array img array is equals to images dot split semicolon string integer rb is equals to 0 for each string img in img array img dot substring img dot index of column plus 1 if trim is equals to 1. Break else RB increment then next for each data row in dt dot rows for loop int I is equals to 0, I less than equal to 4 because we have 4 images, and I increment data row image plus I plus 1 is equals to img array of I dot trim. Data row default image RB return dt Now we need to use this function inside our code behind page dt product del dot product by with images, product by with private, product by id with images if dt dot rows dot count is greater than 0, txt product name dot text is equal to dt dot rows 0 position, the name column name product name dot toString txt price dot text short description. Additional description. Okay, then we need to split the color and size to populate in list box. So let's take a string variable, string of array, color, dt.rows, zero, position column, color dot toString dot split black slash u 002 c. Duplicate this and change the size, the name. Now we have to assign this one by one value into the item list. So for that we need to use for loop. I in that color dot length -1. List box color dot items dot find by text color of I position dot selected is equals to true. And to find that and select it and make it true. The same way we need to do for that size. This is for color. Okay, after that, company name, after company name, drop down list category, drop down dot selected value, category ID. Let's duplicate this DDL subcategory. Okay, for subcategories we have to do something different. We have the method, right, get subcategories, that is based on the ID of the category ID, right? That is based on category ID. Subcategory dot selected value subcategory ID. Then checkbox is customized, CV is customized dot checked convert dot to boolean is customized. Copy this, paste it here. Let's duplicate this. Checkbox is active. Copy, paste it here. Now radio button list default image dot selected index is equals to convert dot to in 32 default image after that hidden field default image position dot value is equals to convert dot to in 32 default image plus 1 dot to string. Now we need to set the image product image URL. image1 dot toString dot substring zero dot index of column duplicate two, three, four, 2, 3, 4. Now need to set the width of images. Image product 1 dot width is equals to 200. Let's duplicate this. Two, three, four. Now we have to remove the style from image. That image was image product 1 dot style dot remove display. Two, three, four, and needs to set the button text to update. Now we need to call this this function. In page load, we need to check if request.query string of id not equal to null. At that time you need to call that function get product details. Okay, let's run and see that add a breakpoint to this function. As well as add breakpoint to the update part in the add update event. Let's run and see. Okay, need to add one more thing. First of all, let's create a new page. Product list, new item, web form with master page, product list, add, select the master page. So here, when it is successfully added, at that time response dot add header, refresh, to semicolon URL product list.axps semicolon, copy, now let's run and see. Okay, so based on here the query string, let's add here query string id is equals to 2. We have product id 2. Let's enter, and you can see we got that hit this one, and product id is 2. So now based on that, in this one product id will get here the product information. See the data of based on the product, and can see here in image 1 we get the images, list of all 4 images. Can see here with after jpg colon, then the 0, the position of the image, then semicolon, then the next image, and then colon and the position. The 0 is the first position, 1 is the second position, and then 2 is the third position. Okay, that not like that. It's setting, it's denoting the default one. This is not for default, not selected image, so that's why 0. This one, that means this image is selected one. This 0, third image, is not the default image, and the fourth is also not the default image. So based on that we will going to filter here that data. So for that we have created here, added the columns image 2, image 3. Okay, so we have, okay, by my mistake here, and to make it 3, image 3, image 4, and the default image. So it will gonna split that images here. You can see with the semicolon it will going to split. Now you can see here we have 4 images, see here, and now we need to split with this one column and the fetch this the position. Okay, so in this one we'll fetch based on the column, and you can see here 0. So if it is not 1, then it will continue increment the RB value, radio button value. So in this one it's 1, so if it is 1, then it will going to break, come out, and here in data rows we have the image here for the I is 0 at 0 index, this one, and in data row like, okay, so this value has been added. Okay, in DT you can see here here at starting all the images path has been given in image 1. Now it's been splitted and added to the other columns which we have added here, image 2, image 3, and can see here image 2 is the default one, default image, and the third one is not default, and as well as now the fourth, and default image is 1 here. So this value has been done here, the split and added value, updated value. Okay, and here in data table we get that data, and based on the rows count it will go to assign to the controls one by one. If you can see here in product name not yet displayed, but here it's okay, price not yet find it. Okay, we'll see. Then can see the color now it's been divided 3. Okay, here length is 4 and the item is 3. So this is going in for loop for the first time, then second time, then third time. It will not go for the fourth time because I have not given here is equal to, and we don't want the fourth one because the fourth one is like empty. You can see the fourth one is empty, so it's not given here is equal to. So it will go only 3 times in the loop that we want. Okay, and text and all selected value given, so everything is like getting, and image position is 2. I can see all the fields has been getting populated, even this selected one item list box, and even the image also. Okay, but only one image is getting populated, not the other one. Need to check why that issue is there. I think I didn't change something. Whether I have missed something over here. Okay, here you can see I have didn't change here the ID, all ID are 1. So let's stop this and change it to 3, 4. Now run and see. ID is equal to 2. Now this time you can see the images is getting in proper way. So now this time I set the first one as the default image, and I am setting this is customized and is unchecked. 1 1 1 121 plus company 1 123. Let's remove this, and instead of jeans I'm updating to t-shirt, men's t-shirt. Okay, and it's in orange. Let's see whether we have the orange color. We don't have. Purple, red, yellow, green. Okay, let's remove this and make this green, and instead of small, medium and extra large. This 4 item is selected in size and 3 item in this one. Okay, let's update and see. Query string is there? No. So it will go into in this one. Else part, all the images has been selected. No, there is no image selected now. The image was selected previously. So any of these images selected? No. So it will going to come inside this one and update the product without image, because image is not getting updated right now. So here the selected value is 1 and here 2. So it didn't match this. That's why it will going to store here in this one 1, and it value to execute, yes, true. Then it will going to check if it's true. It will going to update that data. Now in this it will going to check product ID is not 0, so it will be update, and based on that its product ID we have to pass here and it's type update. So this updated. Now it's not 0, so no need to find the recently added product ID. We have a product ID, so it is not 0 and the type is update. So in the update part here it will going to come. So count, image count is 0, so it didn't come inside this block. In else part it will going to go and get the default image position is 1, which is greater than 0. Then it will going to update the images part. Okay, not the it will going to update the image position. You can see, and image position is 1. Previous it was 2, now it's 1. So it will going to update the image position, just that's it. And result 1 is true, false. If it is true, it will going to insert product image. If it's not true, it will going to leave that. So it will going to save the changes, and result is 1, that is true. So greater than 0, so it will going to give the message update is successful and take us to the product list page now after 2 seconds. F5, so it will take to this product list page. Okay, so let's see whether we have the updated record or not. Red, pink, green is updated. You can see here all 4 selected and it's updated. You can see drop down will also change. Yeah, everything is updated, expected, as well as this one, this all are good to go. If we reset, whether all the fields get reset or not. Okay, it's been resetted. So add update part is working. So the listing part of product we'll see in the next video. I hope you understand this part. I know it's very long, lengthy video, and many thing, like not many thing, but the very complex thing which I didn't explain to you, because it will take much more time and it is more little depth thing to understand. So that's why I didn't try to explain it, because it's maybe it no use to someone. So I will try to explain that particular part which I didn't explain in this video. I will try to explain in the next video. Okay, so I hope you like this video. Till then, we'll meet you in the next video. Till then, bye, take care, thank you for watching.